Hey, Suzanne, welcome in. Oh no, where'd my chat go? Hold on one second. Technical difficulty. Hey, Suzanne, welcome in. Hey, Suzanne, welcome in. Oh no, where'd my chat go? Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Technical difficulty. Hey, Suzanne, welcome in. Hey, Suzanne, welcome in. Hey, Grumpy, how are you? Hey, Grumpy, how are you? Hey, Grumpy, how are you? All right. Audio okay today? Audio okay today? Audio okay today? All right, we are ready to go. All right, so today we are going to do a little bit of futzing around. I've got these pearls that I got from Rob at Vanderslice, and really excited to see kind of what they do. You can kind of see the colors a little bit. Like that one looks like it's a blue. That one kind of looks greenish. Oops. Really excited to see. That's a greenish one. I don't know. This one's kind of, well, I don't know. That's got a kind of an orange to green. Flip a little bit. That one's red. Or orange, maybe. I think this one's just a white. And then this one looks purple. That one's red. That one's red. Or orange, maybe. Or orange, maybe. Hey, Amy Jo, how you doing today? This one's just a white. So we're gonna mix that up in just a little bit of Intercoat Clear. And we're gonna use the airbrush to spray it down on this little mandala piece that I never really finished. And then after we get some of that down and see how it looks, we are going to work on Ashardalon's wings a little bit more. Oh, and I got this guy too. Check these out. So these are just galvanized signs that I took and done a spun metal finish on. So either this week or next week. So these are just you can hear feedback. Galvanized signs. Hold on, let me check my headset. Spun metal finish on. So either this week or next week. You can hear feedback. Hold on, let me check my headset. Oh, I hear it. Hold on. How was that even happening? Oh, I hear it. Hold on. How was that even happening? Is that any better? No, I hear it now again. Why is it doing that? Okay, how about now? I try to keep talking, but then I just ramble. My microphone and my headphones are across the room from each other, so I don't know how it's looping. Okay, thank you. I'm trying to meter it out some. Can y'all hear the lo-fi playing? Could be aliens. Oh, you can't hear me well now? That stinks. Right, okay, what about now? Hey, OP, welcome in. All right. Let's see if that loops out or not. I had audio playing on my desktop, so that might have been the problem. No, now I hear it again. I think I know what it is. Okay, I'm muted on Twitch. Okay. Let's try that one more time. Hey, I think I got it. Okay. So I think the problem was I had multiple windows open. And so as it was grabbing the desktop audio, it was looping all of them. Can't hear anything. What? Oh, come on. What, the astical part? Of course you did. Your volume's higher than Cheech and Chong. I've had audio trouble all week. Can hear, but it's really low. Just try to see. Okay, is that any better? Okay, we'll go with that then. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Let's start this over. So, I'm not going to go through all the pearls, you'll just see them as I mix them. But I've got a little inner coat clear, and we're going to mix up some pearl. We're going to spray it on this mandala, see what each of them do. Go back to working on Ashardalon a little bit. So, let's play with color. I think this one's white, so we'll just start with it and we'll do like a sunburst in the middle of the white. And I really have no idea what the pigment load for these is supposed to be, so we're just kind of winging it. But y'all are used to it on the channel, that's pretty much all I ever do. This is just a little shot of reducer so that it'll flow through the airbrush a little better. On one of the big spray guns, I wouldn't bother reducing it down. Wow, that actually covers amazingly well. got a little shimmer to it. I like that. Kind of comes off as a white, but we'll see when we get the rest of it in how that starts to play out. All right, so we did crud, the white. Gotta get these out of my way so I don't remix them. Yes, it's supposed to be, Suzanne. Actually, you're the inspiration today's musings. We were talking about the mermaid yesterday, and I'm like, hey, I wonder what these will look like, because I haven't sprayed these yet, so we're just gonna see what happens. Hey Ray, welcome in, bud. This one looks like it's... Actually, you can kind of see that on the cap a little bit. Like green, maybe? Oh no, I dropped some. Dang it. Oof, that's gonna make a mess. And this is why we futz, folks. I guess I could have just scraped them out. Look at a nice green streak there now. Let's see. Ooh, that's pretty. Yo, let's see. Yeah, you can see it a little bit shimmering there. See it better when it comes out of the gun. That would work. Yeah, any kind of clear medium is going to give you your best result for pearls or glitters or anything along those lines. And depending on the pearlescent you're using, it'll really drown out what's underneath it. So you can changing your base color. Hey, Perry. Will sort of interfere with the overall color of the pearl, but depending on your pigment load, sometimes you can just drown out what's underneath it completely. Let's try again. Let's see. Oh, that is most definitely green. All right, let's try the purple. See what happens. I got a feeling I'm gonna have to get a bigger panel so I can do a full workup on these and see them on something a little bit shinier than just this flat piece of cardboard. But this will suffice to give us an idea of what they look like. We're just playing at the moment, Perry. This is just some color testing of some powders that I have that I haven't had a chance to spray yet. Hey, we started having audio trouble. Did y'all get to see the spun metal panel that I had? That's a upcoming project I'll be painting at some point. I want to try these over something white now, just cuz. Okay, well, I like the purple. Not that I'm surprised about that. Let's see, what next? That's a blue. That's an orange. This one looks like another green. Let's do orange. No. Let's do the green again. See what that does. This one looks more like maybe a lime green. It's actually kind of weird looking. Grumpy, that is actually what my intent is, I got these with the intent of making a dusting. So like laying down some clear coat, heavy, and then coming back and kind of sprinkling in the mica powders and the pearls to see if I could do like a nebula effect. Nebulous effect. Well, those greens look pretty close to each other. One's a little softer. I don't know. I'll have to spray some side by side and see. All right, so let's do the orange next and then end with the blue. I think this is orange anyway. Shit. Now it's a mess. We're about to find out. No, it's red. Either way, gonna look all right. What I find fascinating about these is it's just a white powder. So it's like my brain doesn't comprehend how they make it reflect different things. Which is kind of cool because it's a mystery that. Hey, baby K. Today is all about experimentation. We are not doing anything specific. We are just putting color down for the sake of putting color down. Ooh, maybe it's orange. I don't know. Let's find out. Purple, blue, and teal together. Maybe a little copper. I have all four of those colors. I will do it for you in just a moment. I think it's safe to say this one's red. What's the old, was it American Express? Membership has its privileges. Patreon has its privileges. this is gonna be an amazing blue. I like it already. Yeah, on the black, when the camera doesn't really do it justice, maybe this strip here looks about like what I see. My daughter was working at a place that did some kind of painting. Ooh. Dark copper powder. I actually have a dark copper powder here that I have not sprayed yet. I might actually go mix a little bit of that up too. In fact, let me grab that one. Go away. There it is. All right, let's see what this blue does real quick. All right, let's get this cleared out. We have our stuff in the artisan shop here in town. I need to get a PO box set up for the business is what I need to do. Maybe I'll get that done this week. In fact, actually, I'll try to get that done this week, and then I'll just send you the PO box. Cool, I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. All right, so we're gonna go back to the base white mix that I have, and we're gonna add this copper to that. if y'all can see this or not, but it is absolutely gorgeous stuff. I don't know how fine the pigment is, so I don't know if it's going to clog up the airbrush or not. Ooh, that's pretty. Y'all see that? It makes like this metallic silver color. That's pretty nice. Let me get something white to spray on. So I have one skateboard left in my series. And I've been working on designs for them, and these are the front runners so far. I like this one. So let me just cancel that out and go here. So I think these are the 3 front runners actually. I'm not sure which one I'm going to end up doing. I love the crosshatch stitching behind this one in the back. I think that'll lend a lot of depth. The kind of tech overflow here with the wishy-washy is pretty neat. But this one reminds me of butterfly wings unfurling. So it's probably the one that I'm going to end up painting. Plus, I kind of like that ribbon design that I came up with for the back. So, I don't know. In the next week or two, I'll probably get a deck finished up and prepped up and ready to go. Just deciding on color scheme, what I want to do for the base coat on it. Wait, which one are you calling? This one's you calling a top one, I'm assuming. Wait, I want that. We're gonna spray on that. Cool. Good, we all on the same page. All right, this is gonna be kind of muddy, but man, I love the way that looks. So let's see what it does. That's what I like about just sitting here mixing colors. You never know what you're gonna get. Thank you, Grumpy. Well, that sprays a lot better than I thought it was going to. I was kind of expecting it to clog up the gun. The powder looked like it was going to be pretty deep, but man, that's got a nice shimmer to it, doesn't it? And that's just on paper. Bet you this would look amazing over like a metallic base coat of some sort. All right. So my patron request was you wanted to see, let me scroll back up. You wanted to mix teal. Doo-be-doo-be-doo. purple, blue, and teal together. Now, do you want those all mixed into the same cup, or do you just want to see the colors like side by side, like how they would match? All mixed, okay. All right, so I've got this blue. It's kind of a cobalt blue. Then I've got this, which is an oriental blue. And then teal. Wait. Cobalt blue, oriental blue. Is this the teal? I think so, yeah. Then the teal. Still looks blue under these lights. The copper that I have is the one I sprayed that helmet in. Just in a candy. Now I do have some copper powders I can mix in if you would like to see that, but if you're looking for straight color, this is the copper that I have. So think that that bike helmet I did a few weeks back. And then copper. So then so I guess technically I have two coppers because I have the dark copper that I just used. Somewhere around here, I have oh, and I also have this that I haven't sprayed yet. That's a metallic teal. Oh, you want to see the powders, not the candies. Hold on one second. I can do that too. So I have blue, blue, blue. Actually, that's a teal, so that'd be your teal. Then I have these two blues, which is like a cobalt blue and an oriental blue. Hey, Michael, how you doing, man? And then, so I could mix up one of those two with actually, I'll just mix them all up. Let me find my other copper powder real quick. And this is the other copper powder that I have. Yep, got it in one. Just experimenting today. I've got a lot of new mica powders and pearls in, and I just don't know what any of them really do, so I'd like to use them in future projects, but I really got to know. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do both coppers and both blues with the teal, and I'll just do two different setups for you. So we'll get 4 of them out of this, I think. This is what, the HVL 400, I believe, Intercoat Clear. Oh no, the 500 LV. It's basically just paint without pigment. All right, so let's go with, we'll start with teal. One. All of you are going to get a teal. Then you two are going to get the light blue. So this is the Oriental blue and teal. And then we'll mix up the cobalt blue and teal. And you get some copper, and you get some copper. And nope, it's gonna be a bit much of that dark. There we go. All right, place your bets, place your bets. As good as poop, as good as poop. You're looking for a mermaid color, aren't you? You just dawned on me that's what you're asking. Oh, looks pretty neat. Can y'all see that better if I stick it there? Ooh, yeah. baby, that's kind of sexy. I like that. That's pretty. All right, so this was the light copper, or the bright copper, the teal, and the cobalt blue. And I can probably go heavier on the blues. I'm just trying to make it not turn green with the copper. Oh, this might be more what you were looking for. So this is the dark copper with the no, the other one was the oriental blue. This is the cobalt blue with the copper and the teal, but the darker copper. This looks much better. All right, we'll go back to the palette cam for it. That's a much cooler looking blue. That's got a lot of variation. Hey, take care. Thanks for stopping in, man. And now we're kind of back to the same color again. I just don't think that cobalt blue and teal, I mean the oriental blue and teal affect the copper enough. I mean they do, because you can tell that there's a distinct difference. Look in the palette cam here. You can see you've got a much yellower color here than you do on this side, where you've got much more of a silver feel. And then the final one is this is the teal, the cobalt, and the dark powder. Oh wow, this is like almost gun blue. Except with a slight metallic sheen to it. I like that. I'll spray all these out for you so you can see. So yeah, so you've got kind of like this gun blue here. Like a metallic denim almost. That's kind of neat. But then if you compare them side by side, the other one that looks so dark is now one's kind of dingy. They're pretty neat though, and that's all mixed 1-to-1. You know, you could vary these colors drastically. I didn't know really where to start. Thank you, Baby K. 100% Suzanne's idea, so. Just going to get that mermaid figured out for her. All right, so we're going to start with this kind of greenish blue one, and then we'll do the coppery metallic one. Man, I hope y'all can see that. That looks great, actually. Let me get these side by side now. Hold it up to the camera. this one. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna spray both of them. So I don't know if that's gonna, I'll try it under here. No, that's too bright. Okay. Come on, paper. Find the frame. There we go. Nope, a little bit more. Paper's not the best substrate to try and show the stuff off, but I think you get an idea. So those are the teal and the oriental blues mixed with both the light copper and the dark copper. Now we're going to do the cobalt blue. So we'll do the lighter of the two, and then we'll spray that dark one for Baby K last. We'll just run it to death till we're out of it. There's a spatter there at the end. That's a very pretty color, I think. That copper muted, I think, the blue just enough to give it a little something extra. Let's spray this dark one. And then the same here. It just gives it that night. It lived in, I guess, could be the term I'm looking for. Not really faded, but just like a used color. Like something that's been there for a minute. Not necessarily brand new fresh spray. But this paper's killing me, so we're gonna switch medium here because I can, because it's my shop. I'm allowed to do what I want. So, hey, look, there's me face. And for the record, no, this will never stick to this probably. So this is definitely a rule-breaking thing. Okay, I think that shows this color off way better. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Get it out of that glare some. I'm still playing with my lighting to get it to where you guys can really get the benefit of this without it just killing it. Yeah, I like that. All right. So now we'll do, that's that. So by contrast, wait here, let me get all the colors on and then we can do the contrast game. All right, so now we'll go with this is the teal. Why is my water trap not working? Hold on one second, guys. I had my water trap hanging upside down, so it wasn't stopping the water coming through. Metallic paints in the sprayer. I do metallics all the time in my sprayer. I use. Where's my Orion Silver? So this is just the 500 LV that I've been mixing everything else with. But there's all the metal flake at the bottom. So if I give that a quick shake, and I'll mix this with anything. You can, it really is. The problem with metallics from hobby stores, perfect example is this stuff here. It's a super bronze. I think I got it at Hobby Lobby. And it's an amazing pigment powder. It mixes very well. It's super fine, and I don't have any problems with it coming out of the spray gun. By contrast, same brand, but they call this one a micro pearl. And to the eye, the powder looks the same size. But this will clog up my spray gun almost every time I put it in it. Without fail. It's a beautiful pearl. I love it. But I have to spray it out of one of my big guns. All right, where were we? We're gonna do, let's do this copper tone next. I guess technically they're both copper tone, but, or all four, but. And then we'll do this more grayish green one for the final. And while I'm spraying that, I'll do a little housekeeping. If you guys are watching this for the first time, you're enjoying what you see, I do this pretty much every Tuesday at noon. Like and subscribe, and you'll get notified when I'm doing this anymore. I also do mini painting from time to time. I'm trying to get more active back into that. So that'll be different time slots. I'll be playing with new times during the week for that as well. I release time lapses of most of my big projects to my Patreon page, if that's something you guys are interested in. But if you're not a Patreon user and you'd just like to buy me some tape, because I do have a serious tape habit, you can find a PayPal link on my YouTube profile. Thus ends the ads. Hey, Amy Joe, welcome back. Yep. And you saw me mix in the blues. So it really just, I mean, you never know with these things, with the colors. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That's better. You just never really know what's going to happen when you start mixing these up. So this is the Oriental blue, the teal, and the bright copper. No, and the dark copper. This is the Oriental blue, the teal, and the dark copper. Or no, vice versa. I'm sorry. This is the dark copper. This is the bright copper. And then this is the Oriental blue. No, the cobalt blue, the teal, and the light copper, and then this is the cobalt blue, the teal, and the dark copper. Yeah, I know, but you're back in the chat, so welcome back. I knew you were here, you didn't say okay, bye. All right, but now that I've put this down and I have some base colors down, now let's revisit those pearls that we sprayed at the beginning and see what they do across each of these color ranges. But I gotta clean the gun out first, so hold on 1 second with me. The cobalt blue by itself, I can totally do that. Okay, so I ruined my white with the other, but that's okay. All right, these are just at random because I have no idea what the colors are now. Okay, I think this was the green. Whoopa. Pretty sure it was. And you can see once that pearl goes down, it kind of starts to cut out anything beneath it. Which is really neat considering it's just a clear liquid with some crystalline stuff laid in it. Hey, here comes the rain. I will check that out then and make sure that that's not the case, because it shouldn't be that way. Hello, Theo. Welcome in. Ooh, that almost made a mess. All right, that was the blue. This is the purple. This is the other green, but I think I'm gonna skip it and just go straight to that red because they were so close. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it here, BBK. I really am. I had no idea what I was going to do with the channel when I first started it, and then this is just kind of where it ended up, and I'm pleased with it, so I'm glad you're happy with it too. All right, now this last one is that white pearl that I initially put that dark copper in. So you're going to see it's going to cut everything out there. Hey, if you got stuff that somebody else is willing to give you to paint for practice, that's half the problem or solved right there, because you know, when you sit down and you do stuff, oh yeah, let me just work on doing my lines and my hashes and my swirls and stuff, it's such a pain. But when somebody goes, hey, can you paint this for me? Well, now it gets a little bit easier, because you're like, I don't know how it's going to look, but at least I have something to follow shape-wise. All right, so let's see. So we have the green, the blue, the purple, the red, which doesn't even look red now, and then the brown or the copper. But you can see here on this end where it's just over the steel, there's hardly anything to it. And this is what I was saying yesterday about painting over something dark. When you get over here to the dark edge, even though the colors don't show up well because they're being drowned out by what's behind it, you can at least see where the color change took effect. Because they just pop better on dark colors. And it's like that with just about anything. Yep, exactly. And it's just the interference. Let me put it on my color palette and see if that does a little bit different. Oh yeah, a little bit. See if I can get the light adjusted just right. There we go. Yeah. So now you can see it kind of gets muddy, but the colors become a little bit more evident. And of course, if you had clear coat on this so that it wasn't trying to dry flat, it would look a little bit different too. But that's because you're on metal, something shiny. All right, now you wanted to see one more. What was it? You wanted to see the cobalt blue by itself? The teal mixture, yep. Okay. Oh, I got you. Okay, I see what you're saying. Radio. Let me see if there's anything else I want to spray today. I'm sure there is. Just for the sake of it, I want to see. I just got this in and have not seen it on anything yet, so we're gonna spray it right here. Let's see what this looks like. I'm not even gonna tell y'all what it is. Yeah, you can mix anything. Mix your powders, mix your paints. If you have, do you have like an acrylic medium? Like a clear medium? So the polyacrylic is a clear binder? Yeah, okay. So yeah, just get a little daub of that on like a wet palette or something. And then just make little dime-sized dollops. Yeah, it'll work perfect. And then just use like a little stir stick, coffee stir stick or something, and just dole out like what I use. Mine's this came with my UV resin for jewelry making, and I use it for scooping micas and stuff. But something like that, and then you can just sit there and mix all you want into that acrylic and find out what your colors do and what ratios work best. All right, here we go. First time spraying this stuff. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh my goodness, that looks amazing. Absolutely, Suzanne. Glad I could help. So this is brandy wine. I don't know if Rob's gonna sell it or not, but it is one heck of a mix. I love it. Yeah, that's extremely vivid. I think I'm gonna spray it again and see how dark I can get it where I can still see the reflection underneath. Because I think like a heavy flake under that would just be amazing. Yeah, but that candy goes on so thick. That is nice looking. Sorry for all the speckles. I'm not really even trying to clean or anything. I'm just using this to test colors. Yeah, that's going to be fun to play with. Wow. Okay. Geez, an hour 34 and all I've done was play with color mixes. Okay. Maybe I won't be painting Ashardalon's wings today. All right, I'm gonna go fan my door real quick, get a little air in here. It's starting to warm up, and I will be right back. All right. It looks a bit bloody. Almost. It's a little bit more on the maroon side than a red. Let's see. So now you can see that the two of them they're very close in color. But you have just a touch of purple that comes out in this one. It's not really showing on the camera, but it's there. Let's put it under the palette cam and see if that changes. Yeah, you see this tends to burgundy just a little bit. And you can really see it, like, look at this stripe where the red pearl was underneath it. And you can see how that kind of turns out a little darker than this does. So, like I said, it's a subtle difference, but there's so many different variations, you know, and if you wanted to, you could, you know, add another drop of cobalt blue or something to that, and, you know, end up with something that would just be like super, super dark looking. You could go the other way. You could add a little bit of the copper to it. And then you would have something that looked more like a brown because it would have that kind of rusty look. Kind of give it that iron oxide look that blood has when it starts to dry. So, I mean, it's just so many different places. Color is color. It's so fun to sit and play with. Well, I'll leave it up to you guys because some of y'all have been here for a while. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but if you'd like, I can switch gears. Just give me a minute to kind of get my table cleaned off. But and I can work on my Mini a little bit. Or if you guys are kind of done for the day, then I'm more than happy to come back a different day and paint. So I will leave it in the hands of the audience. Of course, my chat would freeze up when I ask a question. Or maybe the internet decided for me. Don't leave it up to me. I'll just turn off at 12 hours so I get credit for the stream and then come right back on. All right, cool. I'll keep painting then. Y'all just give me a second to kind of move some stuff out of my way. Move off one set of paints, pull up another set of paints. Ooh, you know what I'm gonna do before we quit for the day, on this anyway? Let me find something I can pour some paint on. be great, but that'll work. Thanks, Amy Joe. All right, so all right, now y'all can see the pearls. Sort of, baby K. This is all the stuff we just been testing. I just had some left over. It seemed a waste to just throw it away, so I was like, what can I do with it? Cut a piece of paper. How about an airbrush? Thank you, baby cake. I like random days the best. No, the part that I like the best is having cool people like you guys that hang out that are like, just do something, I'll watch. And so then that gives me license to just sit here and do random stuff, which is cool. Was it PBS used to say, made possible from viewers like you? Okay. I am 100% going to do this again though, but without the darker tones, because some of those rivers are absolutely fantastic. That marbling is so nice looking. Just wish I wouldn't have lost all the greens, but it doesn't matter. Oh, sure, I could. I just didn't want to have to clean that up. Starting with a white or a black base would have been really cool, because then I could have layered the paint on thick so that it had that to run in instead of just being on a dry surface. I think I'll keep this one. All right, let me find the paints I want to use and then I'll be right back. So today we are going to, now that we have the underpaint for the purpley veiny colors done, we're going to actually start the flesh work up. So dark flesh, shadow flesh, tan flesh, and then a warm flesh, And then I have a flesh wash that I can throw in for highlights if need be. And then I need my glazed medium. My actual glasses on now that I can see. There we go. A little better. Suzanne, you were watching last week when I painted up to this point. Is the lighting better this week than it was last week? It seemed like it was very overly bright when I watched back the video. Cool, thank you. I made very poor decisions in cups today. This is my water cup. And this is my tequila. It'd been very hard not to mix in each of them. Last time I see, oh, painting on the pro. Oh, okay, so you saw it when I had just started the wings. I hadn't done the veins and stuff yet. Did any of you catch Martin and I the other day? I was having a really hard time keeping up with chat. I was having a lot of technical difficulty. I'm just curious if you guys enjoyed the format with both of us painting. We'll get the audio worked out at some point, I'm sure. Yes, paint and suffering. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I should call him that, but oh, it's okay, baby. Here, we did Paint and Suffering and I are working on a collaboration. We're both streaming to Twitch, and then we poured it out to YouTube, and he and I sit and mini paint together. He is far superior to me in this medium. But he's a professional painter. He's worked for multiple game studios, painting miniatures, won a bunch of awards. And he's a very dear friend of Zan and I. In fact, he is the one that got us into, well, got me back into hobby painting when we were living in Dallas. So we're painting the same model using the same paints, and I'm just trying to follow him stroke for stroke so that I can learn better technique. I don't know if I have the model out here. Let's see. So this is where we left off on that stream. So he's coming out okay. I think my progress, well, my technique needs a little refresher. It's been a minute since I've been mini painting, but I'm pleased. Skin tones are coming out okay. In fact, what I'm doing now on these wings is an emulation of what we just did on the skin here. Right, Suzanne? He's absolutely amazing. And that stuff's T90. I mean, you're talking about things that are, those models he's painting are 1.5 inches tall, and they have that much detail. So I don't even know how he sees it. All right, so if you're following along, I have right here a nice little dollop of glaze medium. And then I have my opaque color that I'm mixing into it. And then I've got a little bit of water on my brush that I'm using to get it just to be a little bit runny. And then you can see as it dries, the purple and the blue still show through, but you're starting to get like this nice, like skin, organic variation in it. And then we'll build up with each of these lighter colors to make it look translucent. Yeah, he's not quite as old as us, but he's not young by any stretch. He's been doing this for a while, though. It's like watching CD carve. When you've been doing it for almost 3 decades. You know, it looks simple. It's not, but it looks that way. Again, man, y'all been having a lot of storms down in Florida. My family's over in the Jacksonville area. They've been watching them roll through the last couple of days pretty steady. Nah, it's Florida, 'tis the season. I do miss the thunder bumpers down there. Some absolutely gorgeous storms in that area. It's been raining on and off here, but today was one of those misty mountain days. Clouds rolling through the valley, nice mist hanging in the air. Almost wanted to just sit outside and not paint. Almost. I do, baby K. The ridge that we're on, when you get to the top of the ridge, you turn down our driveway and it's a pretty steep grade down to the house, but we're still basically at the top. And it is stunningly gorgeous up here. The storms did take a little bit of getting used to. The wind comes whipping over that ridge and hits the house, and it will definitely wake you up and let you know it's here. Well, thank you. It is definitely quite inspiring. Since I've been here, I've wanted to do nothing but make stuff, painting or otherwise. We're in the process of trying to reforest some of the area. We've lost a lot of trees to storms the last few years, and the property was logged before we bought it. So we planted 22 trees this year, and we're going to do the same next spring as well. Combination of eastern white pine and Leland cypress. And then we've also quit cutting the front yard and seeded a bunch of native wildflowers. And we're basically going to give everything but an acre around the house back to the mountain. Zan wants some fruit trees, but we have black bear here, and they too love fruit trees. So I'm leery of spending the money to raise a tree that they're just going to eat. But we'll see. I don't mind the bears. They don't bother me. Well, at least the male that's on our property all the time doesn't bother me. He's kind of dopey. And not yikers at all. He's very Yogi Bearish. The first time I saw him on the property, he was up the driveway towards the head of the property. and I just saw him crossing the driveway and got a picture of him. The next time I saw him, I heard something outside the shop door and walked outside, and he was sitting under the peach tree eating the peaches. And he wasn't 20 feet from me. Didn't make a move, didn't get startled. He just looked up at me like, hey dude, are you gonna run me off? And then I kind of ran him off, and he didn't even run off. He literally walked right into the grass line, turned around, hunkered down, and I could see him watching me like, okay, are you gonna leave so I can come back and eat peaches? Oh yeah, 100% busy filling his belly. I did have to run him off by the house one time. Late fall, he tried to come up and eat the grease trap out of my grill, and he knocked the grill over onto the car, which didn't bother me much, except that he hit the car with the grill. So I went outside and ran him off, and then Suzanne's cat and I sat on the porch and waiting for him to come back. Her cat's feral, so it's which I suppose is appropriate. He sat right at my feet, tail straight, and then as soon as the bear showed back up, turned and pointed like he was a pointing dog. So I knew exactly where the bear was. And then I put a shot in the ground about 20 feet from him just to scare him with the noise. And I've never seen him back by the house again. He's been back on the property, he just doesn't come up to the house, which is really all I wanted. Is that Deborah? Welcome in. Yeah, I'm not one of those tree hugging type of people, but I'm definitely one of those guys that understands that the nature was here first. We're the ones that are transient. So try to do my part to make sure that, you know, I leave it the way I found it. Or if I find it in a bad state, leave it better than I found it. I don't have a lot of time on this planet, but, you know, I'll make it worth my while, or somebody's while later. Oh yeah, you always have to be cautious, you know. Good thing is they're black bear here, and it's not like it's grizzly or something where you've got to, you know, they're aggressive by nature. Now, the mama bears, that's a different story. But I'm pretty sure this one's a male. His snout coloring is indicative of males. So I'm glad it's not a female, because then she'd have little babies and Suzanne will be out here wanting to play with them. What's that video with the little kid on the porch? I'm gonna pet that dog. I can pet that dog. Wait, what's the difference in what? The snoots on the bears? So from what I've seen, and this could just be anecdotal, but the males tend to have a larger light brown patch on the nose. The females tend to be more like just around the snoot. There'll be a little patch of brown, whereas the males, the brown tends to fade back a little bit more. Now, again, could just be circumstantial, and those are the pictures that I've seen of females versus males. And I could be looking at too small of a pool of pictures to know that for fact. It's just been my personal observation. And this guy had a lot of brown on his snoot. If I remember later, I'll put some pictures on my community post for you. I got a lot of pictures of him sitting under the peach tree last year. Or I might have that completely backwards. I am not a bear expert. Yeah, I think a lot of people just go, ah, bear, and then that's the end of their interest. Unless you're in a zoo or something, but you know, it's like I live on a mountaintop in the middle of nowhere. So for me to expect there not to be that level of nature around is kind of asinine. Yeah, if they find out that there's easy pickings somewhere, they are definitely creatures of opportunity. Black bear are just like big giant raccoons, really. They're mischievous, extremely inquisitive, relatively docile for the most part, but opportunistic when it comes to snacks. They'll rip open a garbage can, they don't care. Or they'll just camp out under a berry bush. Or peach tree. Can you tell I'm a little sour about the peach tree? No, I didn't say Easter, but that would be funny. You can keep your Easter bunnies. I have an Easter bear. Hey, boo boo. I found the candy stash. I said be more like, hey, boo boo. I think these chickens are sick, but we'll take it. All right, we are almost done with this layer. Hey, so question, is there a little bit of music playing for you guys? Like just kind of like a little lo-fi thing happening in the background? Cool. Are y'all digging on it, or is it like more of a nuisance that it's there? Just trying to add something because I forget to talk, so I didn't want it to just be dead air. Cool. Okay. So you can see here on my palette, so we have full density, and then we have with the medium, and then we have with the water. And if you look in the water section, you can see how blotchy it's starting to get as the pigment pulls out. The medium that I use to thin out is basically just, again, paint with no pigment. So the pigment spreads out evenly, and then it still works on and dries out like a regular paint. Whereas when the pigment gets suspended in the water evaporates unevenly, and so therefore you get blotchy, which is why you use just a little bit of water after. I use mostly the medium to thin it out to get kind of this translucent effect. I don't know if those are the right terms or not, but they're what I'm going with because it's what I know. All right, so now what we do is we go into the shadow flesh, and we're going to mix it with the dark flesh. And then some medium. And then you can see here on my thumb that it's lighter, but it's not drastically lighter. And then you just go back to the beginning and do it again, except this time, instead of going all the way into the edge, we're going to start away from that a little bit. And start working in those lighter colors. And you'll see that even though the brown is down from that darker flesh tone, it's still letting the purples and the blues seep through. Exactly. So you're just trying to get it to not really wash over it, you're more glazing over it. And then we're just going to build up to more of a nice thin look to where it looks like the wings get thinner right in the center. And then because you'll have multiple layers, more layers towards the middle, the veining will actually start to disappear the closer you get to the center of the wing. Which would be correct because there would be less blood flow to that area anyway of the membrane. I mean, it's all hypothetical because it's fantasy, but I've never gone and inspected an actual dragon's wing.
Well, she decides to hatch it, and it's a dragon. I want first crack at studying the wings. Wasn't that a candy? Dinosaur eggs. Yep. It's a lost art. Just going out and getting lost. Hey, what's over there? I don't know. Let's go look. The beaten path is boring. Hi, Harsh. How are you? Thanks for stopping in. All right, so now you can see the workup from the next level of color versus the previous. So now we're losing that purple down the middle, but you see that we're keeping the purple on the other side in close to where the bone struts are for the wings themselves, which gives you that illusion of better blood flow out towards the end where the meat and muscle would be. Thanks, Suzanne. Thank you, Baby K. I didn't get a harump from Grumpy. What was that from? History of the World, Mel Brooks. I didn't get a harump from that guy. you're wondering about the brush stroke at all, it's because this thing is extremely textured in the details. So just brushing down the edges doesn't do me any good. So that's what I'm using the stippling effect for, so that I can make sure that I catch into each of the striations on the wing membrane. Hey Perry, welcome back, man. Go. That's one more layer done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take that same shadow flesh, except now we're pretty much going to go exclusive to that. I'm going to leave just that little bit of dark flesh that's mixed in with that pile already. And then this will be our next color. And then the same thing, I'm going to add a drop of medium to it. Am I off the screen for y'all? Sorry. Yep, there we go. I keep bumping the palette. And then I'll use the same watery spot here that's kind of dirty. And again on the finger palette, you can see how much lighter that one comes out. And that'll be the next highlight layer. And we're just making sure that we don't cover all the dark or the slightly darker color that's underneath it. We want to make sure that we leave that towards the edges. And now since we're starting to get into lighter colors that are going to cover less anyway, may have to go back and do this color twice. The wind is upon us. What up, CW? How was your weekend, brother? I feel you. Dude, you have no idea how happy it makes me that you name all your carvings. I do too, Suzanne. That's just my sense of humor. I'm gonna get up and stretch for just a minute now that I've got that base done before I start the next layer. Question for you guys, since y'all can hear the lo-fi playing. How would y'all feel if I just did lives where I don't even talk? Y'all can sit here and chat, whatever. I'll just leave the music playing in the background and sit here and doodle. Just something to think about. I'd appreciate your feedback. Hey Perry, were you here for the mess I made out of all the pearls and stuff? Cool, thanks for the feedback, Suzanne. I appreciate that. I just like to sit here and paint. My problem is I forget you guys are there. So it's like I sit here and do the things and then I'm like, I look up and I'm like, oh, there's a chat and they're talking. So I actually moved the screen to where it's like literally right in front of me. Let's see if I can do this without screwing it up too bad. Screen. And then that way I've got a, I see the chat move like out of the top of over my glasses. So I look up and see if it's you guys chatting with each other or if it's somebody asking me a question. Oh, that's supposed to say Ashardalon Part 3. I'll have to go back and rename that. And I almost picked up my paint water and drank it again. Gonna have to get a new cup. All right, so what I did before was the little bit of the shadow flesh that was left mixed with the tan flesh. No, I'm sorry. The little bit of dark flesh that was left mixed with the shadow flesh. And then, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take, because we use mostly that, we're going to take a little bit of the tan flesh, lather, rinse, repeat. And it's a 50-50 mix, and then the full strength, and then 50-50, and then full strength. And at some point, I'll come back with the actual flesh wash and let that run all into these corners again to darken everything up one last time. And now what I'm doing at this point is while the paint is still wet, I'm just getting just some water on the brush and just feathering in the outside edges over the previous layers. You don't want that highlight standing out too much on its own. Well, not yet anyway. Get to that point. Alright, that is feeling pretty close to what I want, I think. Yeah. There has to be something out there, Suzanne, because I've seen people do like there's a lot of Joe Rogan. Who else have I seen? Well, I know like okay, so this is hilarious. There's a channel that did a bunch of videos. It was a Dungeons and Dragons game, but it was Trump, Biden, and Obama. And they just wrote the script out, and then the AI was reading it in their voices. And it was the most hysterical thing I think I've ever watched in my life. But so I know there's stuff out there. I just don't know if it's, I'm not sure what the legal ramifications of trying to use it for a video are. Oh, and Joe Rogan was the dungeon master for the show, which made it even more funny. As far as tech savvy goes, Suzanne, you don't really have to be tech savvy anymore. You just have to be savvy. It's like if you can think it up, there's probably a solution for it. Oh, don't give me that crap. You're pretty savvy. Don't make me cuss on this channel while Baby K's on here. Here, Rusty McRusty. Which part, Baby K? The fact that she's savvy, or the fact that I can't cuss while you're here? I mean, I could, I'm just not gonna.
It is, you're right, but I respect the people that hang out here. The siren song. Of course. Just don't go back and watch any of the ones you weren't here for. No, I'm just kidding. It has been an exercise, to say the least. Not to talk like I generally talk, because I have an extremely foul mouth. Thanks to my grandmother. Who made sure that I understood all the proper uses of all the proper words and their colloquialisms and their origins. Although I will say it's a little bit easier when I'm miniature painting. Mainly because I don't talk. Hey, what's up, Grumpy? What are we considering cooler? Compared to Florida? Just about everybody except for Texas, maybe. Starting to warm up out here too, but the rain's moving in, so it should be cooling off again pretty quick. Hey, Amy Joe. Welcome back. Ooh, that's a big assumption there. I'm old, but adult, that's a pretty harsh term. I thought you liked me and stuff, going and calling me an adult.
So I think I'm going to wash it at this point because I want to do another coat of this tan flesh highlight, but I want to make sure that I've got everything kind of uniform. Get a little bit of the wash. A little medium. Stats, I gotta look too. Hmm, 70 degrees, humidity 100%. Doesn't feel that bad though. Thank you, Suzanne. Get it up here where y'all can see a little better. And then once all of this dries, then I'll start glazing over a combination of the tan flesh, which was the last color we used, with some of the warm flesh, which will be the very brightest highlight. And then at the end, the only place you're going to be able to see the veins is going to be right up close to the edge of the bones. And the rest of it will just look like this fleshy leather membrane. Or at least, that's what I'm shooting for. Because I've watched people do this before, but I've never done it before. All right, well, I'm gonna let you guys look at his wings there for a couple minutes, nice and chill. If you guys have any questions or anything, y'all hit me up. I'm gonna scoot back here. I don't know if I'm gonna wait on this to dry or not, or if I'm just gonna come back in a different session and do it, but I think today we had a pretty good day, all in all. Great, I just got paint on my phone, that's lovely. Let's see. Not a surprise though. So let's see, we got some really good work done on the wings. That makes me happy. We got an impromptu paint and pour. That was kind of cool. Like random, but neat. And we got a bunch of samples painted up for Suzanne's mermaid. Where'd that go? So I think overall, you know, a very productive live. And a little bit of seriousness, a whole lot of play. I like that part. And like I said, the format's still evolving. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I want this to work out. So, you know, I'm open to suggestions from you guys, or, you know, just tell me the things you don't like. Yeah, Perry, if you have questions about colors, I can pull stuff out for you real quick before I end tonight. I used a bunch of pigments and some pearls, and then sprayed a couple of candies, and then just got into my acrylics. I should probably do an episode where I just go through my acrylic collection here, but the problem with that is it's like 120 paints. It kind of sounds like a challenge. Like I have to find something to do that you don't like. It is a lot of pain, Amy Jo. And the funny thing is, that's the small set. I have a set of Reaper paints that Paint and Suffering gave me that are 250, 260 pot strong. It's a It's a massive amount of paint. He didn't give it to me, we traded. Yeah, it'll be up later. And you know how to reach me if you have questions about anything you see, so. Well, I know we didn't end on as colorful a note as we started, but I am very happy with how these wings are starting to come out. I think the next layer or two is going to be a big help getting those colors to pop right. No, thank you, BK. You hung out for the whole time, kept the chat going. I appreciate that. It's always a huge help to have somebody in the chat that just keeps things going, so I love it when you're around, even if I can't cuss. Laugh. It's a funny. Oh, I missed a spot. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. I did. Okay, that's good. The crazy or the hairy part? I mean, I'm not judging, just asking. He didn't pop in today. He generally does. Ah, the talkative bit. Gotcha. He can definitely run his mouth. And so can I when I'm not preoccupied. Like, I just, if I got a paintbrush in my hand or my airbrush in my hand, I'm not. It's conduit from the brain to the hands and nothing else matters. Ask Dan, she'll tell you. Just, what was that? Schwarzenegger, Last Action Hero. When he's walking through the police station and his wife calls and he just picks up a tape and he puts it in and it's just him going, uh-huh, yep, uh-huh, yeah, uh-huh. But it's like right in time with everything she's saying. That's kind of how it sounds around the house if I'm inside drawing and Suzanne's talking to me. I'm keeping time with her, but I'm really not hearing anything she's saying. Oh, I love Bear. Super talented. I turned him and CD on just to listen to the chainsaws. Like, just that hum is soothing. I did too, Baby K. Just sitting there gibbering behind his mask. Alright, well, I've crossed the 4-hour threshold. And I think I'm going to go inside and eat some lunch, finally. So, you guys have a blessed week. And I will be back. I don't know. I'm going to try a couple of different time slots this week, maybe. I've got a couple of different small paint projects, miniature projects that I'd like to work on. So, Yeah, Peanut's parents. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. But on that note, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. Catch y'all later.